Stories of restoration. Everyone has a say the RJ way. Honorable Delroy Chuck, Minister of Justice, Mrs. Grayson Stewart McFarlane, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice, Mrs. Beverly Williamson, JP, representing the Custos of St. Andrew, Honorable Garfield Green, Custos of Manchester, Ms. Joan MacDonald, JP, representing the Custos of Kingston, Mr. Richard Troop, Director Safety and Security in the Ministry of Education and Youth, Ms. Sasha Ibangs, National Restorative Justice Coordinator, Reverend Ian Muirhead, Upper Room Community Church, Mrs. Carla Golotta, Founder, Stand Up Jamaica, Mr. George Young, Cultural Engagement Officer, British Council, students from the Kingston Technical High School, other specially invited guests, those viewing us on the ministry's YouTube channel, members of the media, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's good to be here. We're happy to be here. It has been a great week so far. The RJ coordinator and her staff have been doing a tremendous job in putting this week of celebration together. And it is a celebration. When we look at the numbers, when we look at the impact that restorative justice and its facilitators and its workers are having in every nook and cranny of Jamaica. Thank you all for being here. I am Kayla Sewell-Mills, Acting Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of Justice, and I will be your moderator for today's event. I am extremely grateful to be involved in this year's Restorative Justice Week, and particularly for today's event, the 14th Annual Restorative Justice Conference. When we look at the statistics since the start of this fiscal year, almost 2,000 RJ conferences have been held so far, and approximately 80% of these conferences resulted in an agreement signed by all parties involved. The success of the RJ program is evident, and restorative justice has proven to be an effective tool used by the Ministry of Justice to resolve conflicts and support the ministry's effort to make justice more accessible to all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Justice remains committed to providing every Jamaican with a different framework for understanding and responding to crime. To not see criminal offenders as unredeemable, but as individuals who through interventions can be shown an alternative way to brokering peace. This is what the Restorative Justice Program provides, an inclusive and collaborative way of dealing with an offense and reducing the possibility of repeating the offense. Today, during this conference, we will hear stories of those involved and who have experienced the healing that restorative justice brings. I hope this conference will re-energize our resolve to hear and promulgate more stories of restoration. Indeed, we hope that by the end of this conference, more of you will get off the sidelines and get involved in the program that the ministry offers. Let me now invite the representative of the Custos of St. Andrew, Mrs. Beverly Williamson, to give the official welcome at this, our 14th Annual Restorative Justice Conference.
Minister Delroy Chuck, Honorable Delroy Chuck, Minister of Justice. And in the interest of time, and really because I don't have the details, I'll just say all protocols observed. And to thank Ms. Sewell Mills for her introduction. and to say also a very good morning to you all. First of all, I would like you to allow me to offer an apology on behalf of Custos Ian Forbes, Custos Rotatorum for the parish of St. Andrew, who is unavoidably absent today, and to say how delighted I am to be able to represent him and to bring opening remarks to this, the 14th Annual Restorative Justice Conference. The theme of this year's conference, we are already told, is Stories of Restoration, Everyone Has a Say, the RJ Way. And this theme seems to set the background for a very informative and interesting day of learning about the restorative justice process, its procedures and successes. As restorative justice practitioners, we are aware of the all-inclusive nature of this conflict resolution mechanism, a method that brings together the victim, the offender, and the community to discuss the harm inflicted and to arrive collectively at how to deal with the result of that offense. As this restorative justice approach to conflict resolution has its origin in the Ministry of Justice's National Restorative Justice Policy of 2012, which was adopted after extensive nationwide consultation as an important way of delivering justice and building a safe and harmonious society. Since then, the Ministry of Justice, which has responsibility for implementation and administration of the RJ process, has embraced it wholeheartedly and since then has established 20 RJ centers island-wide and trained hundreds of RJ facilitators. I understand 147 of whom were graduated yesterday. Indeed, the RJ program, I think, is an apt representation of the ministry's slogan, "We take justice to the people of Jamaica." Some unique aspects of the all-inclusive RJ process are that each party to the conflict is allowed to give their perspective and their feelings on the offense that was committed, which provides the offender with an opportunity to take responsibility for his or her action. And most importantly, it helps to build relationships, brings closure to conflicts, and helps to reintegrate the offender into the community. These are very worthy and impactful outcomes in most conflict situations. And so in Jamaica today, where we continue to be overwhelmed by the level of crime and violence in our society, it seems that we have embraced a very powerful tool in conflict resolution, but it seems also that there's still a lot of work to be done by the ministry and the RJ facilitators. The good news is, however, that we can be optimistic for our communities and the wider society as the RJ process becomes more entrenched and more RJ facilitators are trained and deployed island-wide, since an important byproduct of the RJ process is ultimately the reduction of persons recommitting crimes and an enhanced rehabilitation process, thus, I think, laying the foundation for the safe and harmonious society we seek. We would therefore like to commend the Minister of Justice, whose commitment to the RJ process has been unwavering, the officers and staff of the Ministry of Justice for the well-planned and executed week of activities, which commenced, I think you all are aware, on Sunday, and has continued throughout the week, throughout Jamaica, ending or culminating in today's 14th Annual Restorative Justice Conference. We must also recognize and commend the several RJ facilitators who have toiled over the years, I am sure going beyond the call of duty at times, to roll out and keep the RJ process alive. Several presenters are expected to address us today on the conference theme, which we have already told you, Stories of Restoration, Everyone Has a Say, the RJ Way. which should provide further insight into the success of this program, which I am reliably informed is very good. Each story, I'm sure, will provide us with its own unique lessons and demonstrate how our RJ facilitators have skillfully managed the process. Let me therefore wish for all attendees, those in person and those online, a very insightful day, and once again express appreciation to the Minister and his staff for their continued dedication to the role of advancing restorative justice as a part of the Jamaican justice system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Williamson. At this point, we will pause and welcome Reverend Ian Muirhead, pastor of the Upper Room Community Church, to offer prayers.
Thank you. Good morning. Could we all stand, please? Before praying, I just want to read a passage from Proverbs 31, verses 8 to 9. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. Ensure justice for those being crushed. Yes, speak up for the poor and helpless, and see that they get justice. Let us pray. Father God, we bless you and we praise you. We continue to honor you. We continue to acknowledge that you are God, and that there is no other God besides you, neither is there any other God like unto you. Lord, we thank you that your word declares, and it is true, that from heaven you look down and you see all mankind. You see all who live in the earth. You who formed the hearts of all and considers everything they do and everything they experience. Lord, we thank you for the Restorative Justice Program. And Lord, we thank you for the work that you are doing through that program and the individuals associated with it, to help those who are crushed, to help those who are oppressed, to help those who are being violated and marginalized in our nation. Lord, we pray that as we begin this 14th Annual Restorative Justice Conference, and as we listen to the stories of restoration, Lord, we pray that you will touch our hearts, that you will open the eyes of our understanding, that, Lord, you will cause us to gain even further insight, understanding, and to be further equipped to do the restorative justice work in this nation. Lord, guide us, direct us, and may your name be glorified as a result of this conference. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Reverend Muirhead. Indeed, the Ministry of Justice is committed to taking justice to the people of Jamaica, and has been doing so through the various alternative justice services being offered to Jamaicans. Let us therefore delve a little deeper into the restorative justice way, where everyone has a say. I invite the captain who steers the MOJ ship, our permanent secretary, to give us an overview of the restorative justice process. Mrs. Grayson Stewart McFarlane.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, Ms. Kayla Sewell Mills, Acting Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of Justice. I am the Vice Captain. Skipper is to my left here. Please allow me to adopt the salutations that have been announced or established by our moderator, just to save some time. So good morning, very distinguished guests, and allow me to just pick out the RJ team. They're a very hardworking team and are always going the extra mile because they understand that the restorative justice program is the ministers. If we have an evangelist for restorative justice, it's the minister. And so we all line up behind him on this program to ensure that we help to spread the gospel of restorative justice. So I've been tasked to lay the foundation for further dialogue today by sharing with you an overview of the restorative justice program. Restorative justice, commonly referred to as RJ, is one of the Ministry of Justice's flagship alternative justice programs. The RJ program is designed to reduce incidents of conflict and crime and to restore peace and harmonious living among families, colleagues, friends, and communities. This year marks over a decade of activities and initiatives to promote restorative justice across Jamaica. Our beautiful island is known for many outstanding achievements across several arenas. Unfortunately, our island's shining successes are often dimmed by its high crime rate. There is no doubt that Jamaica has a culture of crime and violence. While policies and laws have been written, updated and implemented with significant funding expended to provide our society and our security forces with more resources to tackle the monster of crime, our prisons and courts continue to be burdened under the weight of demands for the resolution of criminal cases. It is clear that another approach is needed to support traditional justice processes. That approach is restorative justice. According to Mark Umbright, founding director of the Center of Restorative Justice and Peacemaking at the University of Minnesota, he says that restorative justice provides a very different framework for understanding and responding to crime. Crime is understood as harm to individuals and communities rather than simply a violation of abstract laws against the state. Research has shown that restorative justice processes work. There are numerous advantages to be had by using RJ. It is more effective than retributive justice as it addresses post-traumatic stress among victims. It reduces the feeling of revenge or reprisal compared to traditional justice methods, and it reduces recidivism for a variety of offenses. Simply put, restorative justice heals and restores. Majority of the cases dealt with at our restorative justice centers are referrals from the courts. Referrals to the program also come through schools, communities, and the police. Individuals who are involved subsequent to their referral receive an appointment for the process to begin. For optimum effectiveness, a specific harm or injury must be identified and one party must acknowledge responsibility for the wrong that was done. The process involves victim, offender, and community. The work of the facilitator is crucial in these sessions, which uses the tools of RJ conferences and circles. RJ conferences and circles allow victims to meet face-to-face with an offender or with the offender meeting with persons from a larger community in a family group or community. Facilitators guide the process, having involved parties come together to discuss the issues and focus on common concerns with an objective voice to provide guidance for the parties to agree on the most amicable solution in an effort to mend the affected relationship. The RJ process works because it views justice from a collaborative approach. Justice the RJ way involves victim, offender, and community in a search for solutions which promote repair, reconciliate, and provide reassurance. Some achievements of the program. The RJ program began with 7 pilot communities and 4 restorative justice centers with a public awareness campaign in 2012. Today, the ministry can boast a total of 20 centers across 14 parishes, with plans to establish even more centers in the future. The aim, ladies and gentlemen, is to ensure that each Jamaican has access to quality justice service at the community level. The vast majority of cases brought to the attention of the RJ centers are resolved. In fact, between 2020 and 2021, 90% of cases referred to RJ were successfully completed. Between April and October 22, 17,400 Jamaicans were beneficiaries of the program. Not only are we treating with cases of conflict, but we are equipping people with the skills needed to help bring justice to their fellow citizens. To this end, over 4,000 Jamaicans were trained in restorative justice during the same period. Additionally, we now have over 300 trained facilitators. Just yesterday, during the RJ facilitators graduation ceremony, an additional 142 persons were added to that cadre of notable and dedicated facilitators. Many Jamaicans have benefited from RJ, as the courts are benefiting at the success rate of the program. The government of Jamaica, through the Ministry of Justice, remains fully committed to supporting the continued development and expansion of the restorative justice program. As mentioned earlier, the RJ way requires a collaborative approach. The ministry, in its efforts to take justice to the people of Jamaica, requires the partnership of individuals, communities, and entities that help us reach those who can benefit from this high-performing program. It is said that if you want to go somewhere fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. We envision that this program will be taken to communities across Jamaica, and so we continue to look for ways to partner with facilities, government agencies, churches, and communities. As we come to the end of Restorative Justice Week 2023, let us continue to promote the stories of restoration, as our theme says. The ministry remains committed to taking justice to the people of Jamaica as we continue to promote everyone the RJ way. The success of RJ relies on teamwork and a common vision. I urge all of us to continue to work towards realizing a safer and a more just Jamaica. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Madam Permanent Secretary. For the Jamaican justice system to be efficient, it requires partnership. In the last year, the Ministry of Justice has partnered with the church and the education system through memoranda of understanding with over 10 church denominations and the Ministry of Education and Youth. Implementing restorative justice practices in Jamaican churches and schools will have nationwide impact in Jamaica, and we are excited about the change the country can experience. At this point, we invite one of our restorative justice partners to bring greetings. May I now invite the Reverend Dr. Elaine McCarthy, Chairman of the Jamaica Umbrella Group of Churches, to bring greetings.
Good morning, everyone. And it's indeed a beautiful day. One we have never seen before and one we will never ever see again. I want for you to just turn to the person next to you and say something beautiful to them, whatever it is that comes to mind. You too. Yes. Great. And I see some smiles going. Beautiful, beautiful. The protocol has already been observed, but I'd like to specially acknowledge our minister who has been given the title of being the captain. And so, he has been steering the ship, and we have been hearing about the results of it. The church is also involved, and so I'm here representing that community this morning. As I thought about the session we'll be having today, something starts running through my mind, and I just want to share a few thoughts with you. Increasingly, in our society today, there is a breakdown in relationships between individuals, groups, communities, and the nation at large. And oftentimes this creates some amount of sadness in our hearts when we see the results of it. This breakdown can be said to have its genesis in the way we treat and handle the challenges we encounter as we relate with each other. We are no longer amicable to sitting down and talk about the things which creates a strain in our relationships, but rather we become quick in taking the matter in our own hands. This oftentimes ends up in creating greater damage to what can be referred to as a fragile relationship. So the absence of talk is pronounced among us as a people. And everyone operates from a standpoint that I am right, you are wrong. Therefore, not until we can come to a place where we can sit and reason out the matter, that we will have a society where our people will coexist in a harmonious environment. And this is what RJ is all about. My mind reflects on the book of Judges, where it was mentioned that it was a time in the nation of Israel that they had drifted from God and no longer had a relationship with him, and so became caught up with many of the vices that they would have rejected in former years. Does this sound familiar? Judges 17 verse 6 states, "In those days there was no king in Israel, but every man did that which was right in his own eyes. This verse again was repeated as the last verse in the last chapter of the book of Judges, Judges 21, verse 25. What a note to end the book on. As I thought about this verse, I thought about our own country, where we are, and where we once were known as a country which feared God. We are also known to have had or have the most churches per square mile. But what has happened to us as a people? That's the question many of us are asking. What has happened to us as a people? When did we lose sight of our moral values? When did we drop the standard of righteousness and love for our brothers and sisters? When did we stop talking and taking our differences to that level where we could communicate with each other? Hence, we have resolved it by means of crime and violence. A life where we no longer shows respect to God, respect to others, and even to ourselves. We have come to a place where we are experiencing spiritual decadence, and there is a severe emerging of what I would call or emerging of a social relationship with each other. We have reached the stage like the people of Israel who forgot God, and every man did that which was right in his own eyes. This is a dangerous place to be in, because this signifies a highly individualistic and self-centered social reality. Furthermore, it shows that what happens to us is that we are in a place where we have forgotten God. We therefore need to talk through our differences, pray through our grievances, and be committed to honor and respect and love our brothers and our sisters. This move by the Ministry of Justice, I want to really commend them, because it promotes what we need at this point in time to resolve conflicts among our people. It promotes justice and allows for us to have a way of reducing the levels of crime and violence which we are experiencing in our country. Just last week, we heard about that story of that 9-year-old that was killed so brutally. And there are so many other cases, some of which we aren't even aware of. And all of this sometimes comes out of malice and spite that families have against each other, and so they take justice in their own hands. So this RJ process that have been instituted, it is a means of bringing individuals, groups, communities, and families to sit and talk through and work through their differences, which otherwise they would take it in their hands and it would result in various grievous situations. I just want to say as a nation that we need to come together. Indeed, with the impact of this RJ process, this program can achieve much, coupled with the spiritual support from the church And we as a people, therefore, will come into experiencing a healthier society. This will truly cause us to look at our country as being a place where we want to live, a place where we want to work, and a place where we want to do business. Above all else, it will once more be known as a place where the people fear God and serve Him. This is not a pipe dream that we are all sitting here and talking about today, but it can become a reality if all of us as a people unite our efforts and come together to make this happen. Once again, in closing, I applaud the minister and the Ministry of Justice for the efforts that they are putting into this program. And we pray God's success upon all that will be done, even as we move into 2023. It is a possibility. It can happen if all of us come together as a nation under God and recognize that we can take back our society for God and help those persons who are in a position where they are not taught how to really deal with their conflicts. If we can do that, then much will be achieved. God bless you. God bless you. I commend the ministry and the minister in Jesus' name.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Elaine McCarthy. Very, very timely words. We wish to acknowledge the presence of the President of the Jamaica Bar Association, Mr. Alexander Williams, and at this point, Mr. Williams, we invite you to bring remarks.
Minister Chuck, this is Grace Ann McFarling, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Justice, Ministry officials, Reverend Dr. Elaine McCarthy, who we just heard from, having been taken to church, Mrs. Beverly Williams, Senior Justice of the Peace, custodies in the audience, justices of the peace, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I listened, and I don't mind telling you, Minister, I reflected on a book that I read fairly recently, done by H. Orlando Patterson. I don't know if anybody in the audience is familiar with this book of his. It's called Jamaica, the Confounded Island. And in this book, and if anybody knows H. Orlando Patterson, he is an anthropologist and sociologist, and he's a very well-known, very well-respected researcher. And he has a chapter in that book where he's trying to explain why Jamaica is such a violent country. After tracing the history, slavery, looking back at all the elements and the theories, H. Orlando Patterson did not come to a conclusion as to why Jamaica is so violent. I'm beginning there to say that while we as Jamaicans endlessly debate why we have so much crime and why we are so violent, we have actually stumbled upon the answer. This is one of those instances in which we We may not have successfully and completely diagnosed the problem, but we're actually found the answer. And the answer is this program, Restorative Justice. The reason why I say, from my standpoint, that this is the answer is I draw from my years of experience in the courts of this country and my own observations, which is that disputes between people begin, the casus belli, if you don't mind me using a little Latin, the catalyst that brings the dispute to the fore is an emotion. And that emotion is usually the feeling of disrespect and anger. If you trace, Minister, civil litigation, when parties having a dispute going on, it is the point where somebody feels disrespected or somebody feels anger that you run to court. Or when the crime happens at that point. Now, truth is, our traditional court system cannot pinpoint that emotion and resolve that emotion. You can get justice, which is the process and not the outcome. You can get justice by having a trial and everybody's heard and you come to a conclusion. But you really don't restore people to the position they would have been in before that point of disrespect and anger. We're just not capable of doing it in our courts. That's the truth. And to an extent, you can't even do that in mediation. Love what the Dispute Resolution Foundation does, but really don't get to that point. But restorative justice is particularly designed to get to the point of resolving the disrespect and the anger. So I am very delighted to come here to give these brief greetings, Minister, to acknowledge with deep gratitude the work done by the Restorative Justice Program. I wish it could be expanded to cover every nook and cranny in Jamaica. I was gifted last year with a pair of cufflinks. On my left hand, I wear the cufflink that says Sue, and on my right hand, I wear the cufflink that says settle. I always wonder why I always put the settle on the right hand. And the reason for it is I prefer the right hand. I prefer settling rather than suing. So, I can tell you, Minister, right, especially in view of recent events, you don't always get the outcome you want from the court system. But you have to live with it. So, keep on doing what you're doing. Keep on trucking. Please give the minister Chuck all the support as captain of the ship that he needs. Right? And I know he's making every effort to call the public purse, the consolidated fund, to see to it that restorative justice becomes the norm in every single community in Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Timely words. We heard previously from our vice captain of the ship. And we will now hear from the captain himself. And to use the words from Mr. Williams, the captain who has instructed us on numerous occasions to take the message of RJ into every nook and cranny of Jamaica. I invite you, Minister, for your remarks.
Thank you, Chairman and Chief Technical Director, Ms. Kayla Sewell Mills. I will adopt the protocol, but basically just say welcome to all, including Costas from Manchester, Costas Green. I think a number of distinguished persons are here, the head table, and so on. If I may take the opportunity also to thank Reverend Muirhead for being here. I have to tell you, Reverend Muirhead and I go back over 26 years, and I will tell you why we go back, and we have been very close ever since then. And also, we meet again tomorrow, and I will tell you what it's all about shortly. But let me thank all of you for being here and participating in this week's Restorative Justice Week. We started on Sunday. I was in St. Anne, and we had a marvelous service there. And I know Costas Green and many other custodians across the island had a celebration in their churches on restorative justice. Again on Tuesday, we were at Hope Gardens, where with the Kingston Technical School team, remember they had a tragedy last October, we had a release of balloons where all the students and adults, including myself, all the negatives, we wrote on the balloon and released them out of our lives, hopefully out of our country. It was symbolic. I thought it was a good idea. We asked the students to just write on the balloons what is hurting them. And for me, what is hurting Jamaica, crime and violence, disrespect, indiscipline, unemployment, those are what I wrote on my balloon, and I released them and hope they will all go away. But it doesn't come that easily. And I wish we had the simple answer to all of our problems. But you know, recently I was in Rwanda with the Chief Justice and a number of other personnel. And many of you may not have heard of Rwanda. But Rwanda is a very poor country, almost in the center of Africa. But just 30 years ago, they had one of the most outrageous genocidal episode where people who lived together, two tribes, the Hutus and the Tutsis, somehow wicked, heartless leaders felt that the Hutus were not in a good position, the Tutsis were too prominent, and they decided that they were going to get rid of the Tutsis. And they encouraged neighbors. Simple difference, you know. They came from different tribes. When you look at them, I don't see much difference, but they know the difference between one another. And they encouraged the Hutus to get rid of the Tutsis. And they were using batons, stones to kill the Tutsis. And many of the Tutsis were begging, shoot me, because they were beating them to death. And they killed over 1 million. Over 1 million in a short space of time. Threw them in the river. And somehow you got the feeling they were saying, go back to Ethiopia, because they felt that the Tutsis look more Ethiopian than they do. Can you imagine that? And after 30 years, they have reconciled. And when you go now to Rwanda, not only is it fairly peaceful from what you can see, but it is one of the cleanest parts of the world. Because the leaders recovered and decided once per month, we're going to all get together, encourage love and tolerance, and clean up the place. And if a country that experienced this tragedy can recover in 30 years and have started to make it, we know many people refer to it as a Singapore of Africa because it is growing in wealth, growing in tolerance, growing in understanding, growing in cleanliness. When you go there, the streets not only clean, but flowers are now growing on the sidewalk, and they're regularly planting and improving. And the President Paul Kagame, after last year, he says, if Ukraine can feed the rest of the world with grains, Rwanda is going to grow enough grain to feed the rest of Africa. Can you imagine? And I'm saying, I'd just like to welcome Minister Williams. Please join us, Minister Williams. She told me she would have been a bit late, but nice having you, Minister. And I'm so happy that Minister Williams is here, because as many of you know, we are working together in the schools, and that balloon release on Tuesday, Minister Williams, we were together up at Hope Gardens. But I mentioned Rwanda because I say we have problems in this country which, look at in perspective, are minor in comparison to Rwanda. And over 1 million people were killed in the space of a couple of months. And they recovered fully and are doing fairly well. I mentioned Reverend Murad. When I went to Grand Spain was a war zone. You couldn't, most evenings, when you drive through Grand Spain, it was a ghost town. When I went there in 1995 and I drove around in the evening, you see nobody on the road because there was just gangs fighting one another across the streets. And then I decided that we are going to bring peace to Grand Spain, and I started out by saying the church is the best people to work with. And we put together a ministers fraternal. And I work with the ministers fraternal, and that is how Reverend Murad, who is still the chairman of the ministers fraternal and also the community police management group, Reverend Murad and I have sat at gully banks with gunmen. Once at the top of Grand Spain Avenue, we were together talking to two groups of boys who were fighting. And while we were there, the police came in and started to arrest a number of them. I wasn't there. I was at another area to get the other gang to come up to join us. And when I came up, I see the police. You know, you remember Agana Bar, that group of 30 that were taken up to Constant Spring? That's what they planned to do. And I had to put my foot down and say, what are you doing? I said, you're going to take Reverend Murad into the van too? I said, listen, man, tell me who you want. And they only picked out 2 persons, took them to Constant Spring. We were able to go back to discover they really didn't want them. But it is that level of hostility that existed in the communities that we were able to calm. And whereas in the first 5 years of my entry into Grand Spain, I'm sure we were averaging in excess of 20 murders per year. In the last 20 years, I'm sure we have averaged less than 2. Maybe 1 every now and then. And oftentimes the few murders we see in Grand Spain is that people coming in, not necessarily from the people there. But the point I'm making is, all the communities who didn't interact with one another have been able to reconcile. And now the only problem we have there is too much noise, too many parties. Too many, everybody going across from corner to corner. Every night they want parties. Certainly every weekend they have parties. But Jamaica can be a peaceful place. The disputes, the conflicts that emerge because of differences can be settled. And what we have done with restorative justice is to provide a mechanism for persons to really get help. They don't have to fight it out. They don't have to use violence, abuses, oppression to get others to comply. What is important is that they must know that in a dispute, it can only lead to further aggravated abuses and violence. And so what we are trying to do with restorative justice is to get parties in dispute to really come to the restorative justice centers or report it to us so we can get a facilitator to assist. Because that facilitator, if he or she can encourage one side to really accept that you have done wrong, although the usual thing, not my fault, always, nobody accepts responsibility. So the real challenge is how you get one side, maybe both sides, to accept that they're wrong, and from that accepting responsibility, then a process of forgiveness can begin. And if it succeeds, a process of restoration, where, in truth, in over 80% of the cases that have been referred, the parties not only restore their relationship, but cry on one another's shoulders afterwards. They could not believe that the little issue that separates and destroys them could be so easily resolved. And we have these very simple matters across Jamaica that are destroying families, destroying neighborhoods, destroying friends, when with help they can be resolved. And that is why the Ministry of Justice is determined to take the practice of restorative justice right across every school, every church, every community. And this is where attendees, we're asking for your help to identify communities, business places, where if you just contact the Ministry of Justice, we can get a restorative justice facilitator to come and talk about the practice. Now, restorative justice is very simple in its mechanism, but believe me, you have to be a trained practitioner to know how to utilize it. So yesterday, 147 graduates, they had to go through a 9-week course with 11 modules. And that is the first stage. Apart from sensitizing persons that restorative justice works, then we do a training of facilitators, and we have over 300 practitioners now. But those practitioners, if we want them to go and sensitize, to be a trainer, they have to be trained to put on a 2-day program. And that's another 4-day training in order to put on a 2-day program in the schools, the churches, or the communities. But then the trainers themselves, they have to go through sometimes a 6-month program how to train facilitators. So it is a very huge program with different levels. But the most important thing for me is to get the information to every nook and cranny across Jamaica. And that is why, as minister, nearly every month, I'm in the parishes, or I go to the churches, or to the schools, and I speak about restorative justice and urge persons to refer matters to the restorative justice centers or to the Ministry of Justice. The truth is, we want more referrals. We don't know where the disputes are. We can't find them. We know there are many homes that are battlefields at night and at day. How do we get that family to either come to victim services or to restorative justice? We know now, we can see it in the schools, and the minister and I, we have worked out a protocol to get these students and their families and the school community into restorative justice. We know that in many communities, huge amount of violence. How do we get the parties to get together. And I know it can be done. When Reverend Muren and I work in Grand Spain, we were able to bring the gangs together. They were meeting in the vestry. They were meeting in the church hall. They were meeting at the police station. They were meeting on the gully banks. And by a process of interaction, they were able to overcome their differences. So Jamaica needs and can become a peaceful and safe place. But we all have to work in partnership. We have to have that vision of Jamaica being a place not only to live, work, but to retire and die. That's my great hope, that we can get most Jamaicans who born here to come back here and bring all them savings and retirement money back to Jamaica. Okay? So I want to thank all of you for being here and assist us in being missionary zeal for restorative justice. Thank you very much.
Our very hard-working Minister of Justice. If you want peace, work for justice. Thank you, Minister Chuck. We now welcome the Honorable Favour Williams, Minister of Education and Youth, and we invite Minister Williams to bring us greetings. Madam Minister.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see such a big audience here this morning at this restorative justice event. Let me begin by acknowledging the Honorable Delroy Chuck, Minister of Justice. And I have to tell you, he was speaking without notes this morning. Yes. He's very involved. He believes wholeheartedly in this. He's seen the results of it. You've seen it as well. We want to get the message out to all corners of Jamaica. We want to see it used in our schools every time. Let me acknowledge as well the Honorable Ian Forbes, Custos Rotolorum St. Andrew, Mrs. Grace Ann Stewart McFarlane, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice, His Grace, Most Reverend Kenneth Richards, Chairman, Jamaica Umbrella Group of Churches, Reverend Ian Muirhead, Pastor, Upper Room Community Church, Mrs. Carla Gulata, Executive Director, Stand Up for Jamaica, Mrs. Christine Hendricks, Executive Director, Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. It's good to see you. Mr. Troop, who will be the guest speaker later on, is the Acting Director, Safety and Security at the Ministry of Education and Youth. Other specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm delighted to be here this morning. We cannot overemphasize the importance and timeliness of the continuing focus on restorative justice practices within the wider population, given the all too frequent interpersonal, intra-family, and internal community conflicts that escalate sometimes into violent confrontation. The reality in which we live in Jamaica is that almost every day we hear of some incident that has its antecedents in long simmering disputes. This is of particular concern to the Ministry of Education and Youth as we see the spate of violent conflicts among students. And you know it, you see the videos. And when we interrogate, when we investigate, many times it's children from the same community. Some issue in the community is spilling over into school. Sometimes it's just simple things that cause them to be triggered. And the next thing you know, it's a fight, it's a knife that's drawn, it's the death of a student. To this end, the Ministry of Education and Youth and the Ministry of Justice, we have expanded our collaboration to provide training workshops aimed at preventing and reducing conflicts in educational institutions, extending to homes and communities at large. We want to see it, as you heard Minister Chuck said, we are finalizing the protocols for when students fight in school, to take those students and their parents or the adults in their homes and get them through restorative justice sessions so they can understand. Yes, you can cheer for that. We need to get the perpetrator and the victim in the same space talking about the issues. And I know it works. I've seen it at work in Augustown Primary School. There were a couple of days sessions held with, I forget the grade, but when we went there and spoke with the children, you asked, what did you learn? You've been in the session for 2 days now. I couldn't believe it. The children were talking the language of restorative justice. There was one little boy that said, I've learned how to de-escalate situations. Yes, absolutely. He did. And I can tell you as well, Mr. Wilson, who is the facilitator in Augustown, he told me that one of the parents of one of the students said to him, Mr. Wilson, what did you do with my son? And he goes, what do you mean? And she says, he came home. I've never seen him reading so much before. He's just reading and reading. Our children can understand and they will learn, and no better place to start than with our children in school. They do not get enough guidance in their homes. And, I'm saying this because I know we see it. We see the numbers. We see the numbers in terms of the children who are abused. Our Child Protection Agency reports that annually some 12,000 cases of abuse happens. And you know that children who are abused tend to be perpetrators, right? Because if they have no way of responding to that abuse in the home because it's an adult who's abusing them, when they come to school, they're going to look for somebody smaller to pick on and to fight with, right? Because they're seeking to restore what was taken away from them. So we want to teach them, we want to take them through restorative justice practices, not once, not twice, but enough times so that they get it. And I think in time, we will begin to see a reduction in the violence that we're seeing in our schools and in our wider society. So the fact that you're here this morning means to me that you have an interest in restorative justice. I'd ask you to take it back into your own families, your own communities, your churches, your community centers. Preach the gospel. Invite persons to participate, to learn about it, to go through. They might not be having a conflict themselves right now, but just learn the concept. What is it? How do we practice it? And I think in time, restorative justice, or RJ, or whatever the name is that we're going to call it, is going to be used right across Jamaica, and it's going to help us as a society. So thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Minister Williams. We are grateful for your support and your commitment to the program. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for today is Stories of Restoration. Everyone has a say in the RJ way. And so at this point, it is most fitting that we hear a few of these stories of restoration. At this point, I invite Miss Janet Affleck to come and share her story with us.
Thank you, Miss Kayla Stewart Mills, the Honorable Minister Delroy Chuck, the Honorable Minister Favour Williams, Mrs. Beverly Williamson, Mrs. Great Reverend Dr. Elaine McCarthy, members of the head table, custodies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Here is my story. It's the story of a graduate yesterday and a graduate today of the Restorative Justice Facilitator Training. I became acquainted with the Restorative Justice Program when Mr. Royden Hall and his team from the Tower Hill Justice Center visited the church parish of St. Richard of Chichester to sensitize us on the program. It was an eye-opener. It was an eye-opener that the leaders of our nation cared enough to try such a program. It was an eye-opener to see young people so enthusiastic about the process and the possible outcomes. This thing looked like it had potential, and it was aligned to my life values: respect for the person, justice, fairness, consideration, and truth, among other things. This looked like something that could and would make a difference in people's lives. It would not be a 9-day wonder. When they asked for volunteers to be a part of the program, no one had to ask me twice. Here was an opportunity to move beyond grumbling about the state of our nation with other grumblers and to contribute to making it a better place. The training to be an RJ facilitator opened up, and I was called to participate. It was more than I bargained for. Aspects of the training insisted that we take a good, real, solid look at ourselves, take stock of our own values and attitudes, and face our faults, triggers, and failings, as well as our strengths and desires. After all, we cannot give what we do not have. We cannot reveal what we do not know. The various exercises in self-awareness were disarming. So one could say I was disarmed and rearmed. The theory done, we began a practicum that is referred to as 3, 2, 1. That too was another unfolding. We observed 3 meetings. That was daunting. That was a very daunting exercise for me, because to observe only and not say anything was a challenge. My personality says summarize situations, implement your own resolutions, and get it over with. but I kept quiet because I wanted to be a part of this. I'm glad they were strict on that too, because in keeping quiet, I was able to observe that when persons felt safe to speak, no counter talk, no questions, no suggestions, then the truth of what really caused the harm to occur would come out. I observed, as our trainer, Mr. Hall, always asks in the post-conference meetings, what did you observe? I observed that most persons expressed the desire to find a way out of the endless maze of conflicts and revenge in which they were embroiled. These observations left me with the distinct impression that persons going through the RJ process were hoping against hope that it would work. Then came the second phase of the practicum. I was now asked to co-facilitate, so I can speak now. This entailed assisting the facilitator and ensuring that the paperwork was properly done. In this phase, I could speak, but found that my mindset had already changed to one of listening and wanting both parties to listen to what each other had to say. It was at one of these co-facilitating conferences that I came to fully understand how much trust persons were putting in the process when one of the individuals in the conference said that she had heard that when a matter comes to the RJ, the truth will come out. They always get the truth, she said. She put her trust in the fairness of the process. And then came the great moment of reckoning. I was to lead one. So we have done 3, we've done 2, and now it's 1. My knees shook. I visited the restroom about 3 times. I took deep breaths. What was making me so nervous? I realized that what we were doing would impact real people with real challenges, some of which were out of their control, and others controlled and would be controlled by the choices they would make in this conference. The choices the parties make would be dependent on the stories they told, and the way suggestions and questions would be posed to maintain dialogue between the parties so that they could arrive at agreements that would be instrumental in repairing the harm and mending broken relationships. I was simultaneously confident and not confident, but we were taught to focus on the outcomes we wanted. At that point, it also came back to me that it was not about me, but about the healing and restoration we wanted to see. Calm returned, and one of the good things about the RJ process is that we don't do RJ conferences alone. We partner, lead facilitator, co-facilitator. You are not alone as a facilitator. Where you're missing a beat, your co-facilitator will keep the rhythm for you and with you. I have fully bought into the RJ process because it's not a 9-day wonder. It will work because when people are convinced that they have been heard, are included, are connected, that others understand them even a little bit, they make choices that result in a more peaceful coexistence. I understand that an RJ facilitator is like the salt that gives flavor. Once it's in the mix, you don't see the grains, but the real flavor of diverse foods come out. It is for this reason I know how imperative it is that we, the facilitators, guard the RJ process to the detail. If we keep the mantra to guard the process, the RJ process will not fail. I know it will help to bring about the transformation we all want to see in our nation, changing from a culture of selfishness, terror, and death, to one that is more secure, just, cohesive, and peaceful. Saint Francis of Assisi asked the Lord to make him an instrument of God's peace. He asked that where there was despair, he could bring hope, and that he would like to be, rather than to be understood, to understand. This too is what we are called to be for those persons who accept to go through the RJ process. It's what we, the facilitators, are called also to be to each other. I have come to believe that once we come to the understanding that I am because you are, we will once again be our brother's keepers. God bless you all.
Thank you, Miss Janet Affleck, for a most touching testimonial. When a matter comes to RJ, the truth will come out. That was most profound. And we thank the guardians of the RJ process for the work they do and for the trust that, based on their work, that their clients have in the program. Just to apologize for the minister who had to step out just for a short while, and he should be back a little later. We now invite Bishop Patrick Haddon to give us another story of restoration.
Our protocol observed. I wish the Honorable Dr. Is it Dr. Delroy Chuck was here. We tell him to big up himself, because in a Jamaican language, would have said the thing shot. Everybody understand what I mean? Yes, so as a pastor, the first time I was introduced to the restorative justice, I was most excited. Reason be, when we examine the gospel message that we preach, it should be surrounding restoring life between man and God, a relationship between man and God. And so I was very excited. Not just excited about that, but in Jamaica, the land that I love so much, there is a program that was geared towards mankind loving each other. And so every time I get the opportunity to be a part of one of these sessions, you know, it always stirs me up. I look forward for the sessions. It brings me back to a passage of text in Luke, Gospel 2 and verse 14. It says, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill towards men." At times we misinterpret this text to think that now the peace is just going to happen because Jesus came. What I love most about this text is the restoration of peace between man and God. And so far, restorative justice has now become one of the most practical harm in this nation to express what God or this text was really saying to us. Because the way to demonstrate peace between man and God is how we treat each other in love. The word of God says, if we know not God, we know not love, because God is love. And it is such a powerful thing to be involved in this, because in a nutshell, what we're really doing is expressing our worship towards God. Many of us might think that worship is just the music and the clapping. No. But when you carry out the deeds of the gospel, you're actually saying, God, you're honorable and we glorify you, and this is how we do it. And I believe restorative justice is one of the entity now in this island that is expressing this to its fullest. I'm a pastor, so you have to bear with me a little bit. 2 Chronicles chapter 15 and verse 3. He said, now for a long season Israel has been without a true God, and without a teaching priest, and without the law. It continues to say that in verse 5, that because they did not have a teaching priest, and they were without the laws, there was strife and contention continuously in the land. The point I'm making is that if we do not have a mediator to bring about peace, we're going to be left with fightings and wars. Restorative justice has come to bridge that gap. That Jamaica can so far have what we call a most significant, or should I say a most historical significance, one that will establish and be entrenched and embedded in the minds of people, especially us that are participating in this particular session, to say we are taking this thing on our backs and we are going to ensure that we see Jamaica under God and increase in beauty. So my story, I have some very unique experiences. One in particular, there was a situation from a particular community. The mother and the daughter and the grandchildren, they were in malice for such a long time. And the situation ended up in the court. And then it was now referred to the Tivoli Garden RJ Center to deal with the matter. What started the feud was a very, very simple situation. The mother said that he no want nobody put no pot in her fridge. If I no fear pot go in her fridge, no put it in there. She came home from work and there was a pot in the fridge. And what started the dispute, the pot wasn't clean. And she take the pot. And no fear pot. I don't want nobody pot in my fridge. So she take the pot out of the fridge. Only to find out that it was her daughter put the neighbor pot in the fridge. She believed that the neighbor wasn't a nice person and the daughter was, let me see if I can say it now, too sympathetic towards the neighbor, and she didn't have no ambition and she didn't have nothing about her. But the neighbor was battling cancer. So the daughter was being most helpful, thinking that she can support the neighbor by putting up some of her stuff. The mother was adamant that her dirty pot nothing in my fridge. So the whole thing caused a major dispute and it ended up at RJ. Did you know that the mother couldn't see through the eyes of the daughter that this is one of the opportunity that I could use to express help? And she believed that by doing this, she was being a good parent. Now the daughter in return now, because the mother loved the granddaughter, she take her daughter away from the grandmother as a means of punishment. So we have the family now become divided. Mother and daughter They are court because mother fling a pot, whole dispute start, and then the daughter took away the grandchild, which is the mother's comfort, the grandmother's comfort, and the thing end up at court. Mother, two sisters don't talk. Granddaughter can't say mother, neighbor and mother don't talk. All because of a pot in the fridge. In a nutshell, by the time we were finished with them, the mother realized that she was doing harm to the person with the cancer. She wasn't being too sympathetic, and to lend a helping hand would be most, being seen as most humane. The daughter ended up bring back the grandchild for the mother to see the grandchild, and the matter take its own little time and resolve. And today, the mother and the daughter is on speaking terms, and the other sister that they say is the dictator is now listening, and restorative justice has restored a family, and that family is no longer divided. If we can do this one family at a time, one community at a time, we can see Jamaica increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity if we play our part in advancing the welfare of this whole human race. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bishop Haddon. Haddon, sorry. Our next presentation is on the theme Reintegration and the Voice of the Offender. I now invite Mr. Noel Brown to introduce the speaker. Mr. Brown is the Restorative Justice Officer for Maypen.
Thank you, Mrs. Mills. Members at the head table, specially invited guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I've been asked to introduce Miss Carla Golata. She was born in Italy, studied for a master's degree in English and literature in 1974. She later read for and received master's degree in social studies. She taught the deaf. She advocated for drug users, the disabled, and had youth who were disadvantaged. She was a member of Amnesty International. She promoted reggae music through Sunsplash between the years 1981 to 1988. She later became a Jamaican citizen in 2012. Yes, 2012. Ms. Golata later formed the Stand Up for Jamaica, who has done numerous work in the prisons and helped inmates. She has 4 children and now continues to work in the prisons of Jamaica. Let us welcome Ms. Carla Golata.
Good morning. Thank you for this lovely presentation. All protocol observed. Allow me to go straight to the core so I avoid to make some mistakes. As it was said, I am the director of a human rights agency called Stand Up for Jamaica, and we work on projects. Among them, one of the biggest one is at correctional services, where in partnership with DCS, Ministry of Security, we are running rehabilitation programs. Rehabilitation means hopes, right? Means the fact that somebody has done something wrong, is punished for that, it is due, but you give him a second chance, possibly. It is kind of challenging sometimes because we are in need of instruments, we are in need of finances, we are in need of support. But it's one of the many ways that Stand Up has chosen to fight crime and violence in Jamaica. There is a target of 4,000 and more people which were in conflict with the law. According to the majority of the people, they think that there is a bunch of murderers. It's not like this. Most of the people are incarcerated and detained for short terms. Larceny, thieving, whatsoever. 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. If you look at the data, which are very important, those which are incarcerated for 25 and more years is 6% of the population. That means those people which are in that situation in a prison, in a correctional services, they have a short serving time and they will go back to society soon, using the serving time as a building time. This is a strategy, right? Use the serving time as building time. The time when you try to create what Jacques was calling a better man. A better man is well needed because if they go back to society same way how they came to prison, you know that you will have reoffenders. Among the general population, we learned, according to some numbers which were offered by DCS and by the police commissioner, that 1 out of 3 is a reoffender. That means 1 out of 3 is coming back to the prisons. Among those which are in rehabilitation, which are around 2,000 and something, if I'm not wrong, it is 1 out of 100. That means it works. And it must work. And one of the new components that we really love and appreciate is restorative justice. In partnership with DCS, Ministry of Justice, and the unit of restorative justice, restorative justice has been introduced in 2017, sort of pilot, to see how we were able to manage. But behind that choice, there was a sort of common vision, which means let's start a process of healing. Let's never forget the victims. That is something that sometimes is behind the scene. They are still alive, they are suffering, they are in need to be assisted, helped, and sent back to have a normal life. We started the first project, and it was working pretty fine. And I have to say that I'm particularly happy to say that at this point, the restorative justice project has been expanded to all institutions, and it is involving, don't clap me, it was not me alone, we did it all together, right? Involving all institutions, all incarcerated people, all officers, and all probation officers. All of them are going and went mainly through sensitization sessions, and then from there, cases are picked up. As I said before, I fully trust restorative justice as a very precious instrument. But through I was asked to tell a story, I will tell you a very small story of an example. Out of those people which we have been working with, there is a Peter, false name. He was an excellent mason, excellent. He was a hard-working person. He was building a lovely family with wife, 3 children. He also was building a house, trying to set his foundations, right? He was drinking a little bit too much. He was smoking ganja a little bit too much. And sometimes he was kind of not controlling himself. Until one day, he went to work and learned from his co-workers that his wife was cheating on him since sometimes. He got mad. Can I say that? He got mad. And he went back home. There was a huge quarrel. And he ended up stabbing his wife. The wife died. He was incarcerated for 20 years and odd. The 3 children became hostage of the hate between the 2 families. There was a family which lost her dearest person, their daughter. There was another family which was caring about the children. They were willing to see them. Impossible. Impossible. Peter was basically crying every day for what he did. He was not a murderer or an assassin. He was somebody which lost completely control of his life. But he made a damage to somebody else's life. So he was part of the Restorative Justice project, and he was behaving so well that he received parole. He became a sort of pastor. He was teaching to others. He was training others. Amazing. The process started with the 2 families which were not living in Kingston, so we had to travel up and down. It was not so easy, especially when the adult vexation, hate, negative feelings was forgetting there were children caught in this war, right? But little by little, it was starting to work. There were moments where it was extremely emotional, very, very emotional. I felt it too sometimes, and I'm trained for that. I saw the pain, but I also saw the fact that little by little, in a process which I called before of healing, adult people were starting to considering how much they were damaging the 3 children. I don't want to make it too long. I just want to reach the last stage. In 2021, in full COVID, we had a beautiful Christmas dinner with the 2 families, with the children, with Peter, which came out from the institution and basically was crying half of the evening for the big emotion, with some lot of food, including some Italian lasagna, and we had a beautiful time. It has been a long process. As I said, it's not been a bed of roses. But what I saw there, and what we and the other trainers saw there, it was a chance. It was a real possibility to do something which, instead of just punishing one side and make other people suffering alone on the other side, have been building a bridge. It was very nice. I think that we used that night to encourage ourselves to do more and better. And I think that when we sit down here together today with this vision, we are giving a present to a lot of Jamaicans. We are also giving a kind of present to the justice system, which sometimes is very slow. So if we can ease off some of the pressure, diverting some of the situation from long, long trials and try to find a solution. I think that is already one of the gifts. The other gift is the fact that through we are still fighting in a difficult situation as we have now of crime, violence, fear, gangs, etc. We are still fighting to remain human. That is very important, you know, very. Because sometimes fear, sometimes hate, sometimes the fact that you acknowledge how difficult and rough situations are might encourage to appeal for something which is tougher, rougher, but is it that a solution? Is it that which is going to bring changes? Or is the fact that we still defend the quality of life and the fact that everybody is a human being? I'm a human rights person, I go for this avenue, right? That is my choice. I would love to finish my presentation with a note. And I want to be very frank, I express my strong concern and my kind of disagreement on proposals which instead of fighting crime, kill hope. I'm talking about extending and increasing stiffer penalties up to 45 years without possibility to apply for parole. I think that all of you know it, right? Thank you. I strongly think that is a wrong step, because it's not going to fight crime. I don't think somebody which is determined to commit a crime is going to be particularly discouraged. We work, and you know it because you work too, with youth at risk, with difficult areas. How many times when you work especially with the youth, they tell you, I don't care, I can be dead tomorrow, but tonight I make 80,000. So the value of life is very small, very low. So if you increase a penalty, you don't decrease the crime, but you kill this audience here, which is the restorative justice people. You kill any possibility to think that rehabilitation is a key. Why should somebody rehabilitate if he cannot go back to society? Why somebody should study, as they do there, getting 6 CXC, or getting a master from the University of the Caribbean. We have inmates like this, you know. The first pilot project ended 6 months ago, and our students were getting a master with honor. That was great. Why should they do something like this if there is no chance to go back to society? There is no reason for that. Right? Rehabilitation is instrumental to reintegration. It's not something which is falling from the sky. And the restorative justice is going on the same mainstream. Because restorative justice, as we said all the day long here today, is building hopes, is building healing, is considering the victims, is considering the perpetrators, to build a picture where life continues. 45 years, we discontinue this possibility. So allow me to express my deep concern and totally disagreement. I don't want to finish with this negative remark, but I'm asking you to take note of it. I want to finish saying that the increasing of restorative justice has been reaching a lot of different places where there was none at all. My family lives in Portland, and I learned and I went to see that there is a restorative justice center. Our job is not only to use them. Our job, our commitment is also to spread the news. Most of the people don't know So when I heard about campaigning in the school, when I heard about reaching business people, whatever, I think that one of our tasks is that what we like, what we practice, and what we believe in need to be defended by our commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Golato. The Ministry of Justice taking justice to the people of Jamaica through our use of alternative dispute resolution practices. And as we just heard from one of our partners, we will shortly be hearing from another of our partners, and that person will be looking at the topic, restorative justice, the victim's voice in restorative justice and trauma-informed practices. I now invite Ms. Colette Carr-Pattison, Community Liaison Officer for St. Elizabeth, to introduce our next speaker.
In the interest of time, permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to adopt the full protocol established by the Master of Ceremony and collectively acknowledge the distinguished members of the head table, custodes and representatives, Pastor Everett Brown, President of the Jamaica Union of Seventh-day Adventists, other very, very specially invited guests, our valued stakeholder agencies, dedicated restorative justice staff, and friends, good afternoon. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Christine Hendricks, Executive Director of the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, since I've had the privilege to work with her in a previous professional capacity. I'll tell you a little bit about Dr. Hendricks, a passionate advocate for the education and empowerment of persons with disabilities, experienced educator and social worker with over 20 years working with governments, civil society, and systems to facilitate effective inclusive practices and services for individuals with disabilities. Expert advisor on disability matters globally. The JCPD Advisory and Abilities Foundation Boards, National 2030 Agenda, Social Protection, Poverty Reduction, and the Interministerial Committee on Human Rights. With extensive local and international experience, Dr. Hendricks has been a vibrant speaker and presenter at workshops and seminars dealing with various aspects of disability. As a member of the community of persons with disabilities, she has lent her considerable expertise and experience to the Abilities Foundation as a board member, as well as to several working groups and committees, including the Social Protection Strategy, the Task Force on Disability Subsector Plan, and the Task Force on Social and Vulnerable Groups, renamed the Social Protection Committee, all part of Jamaica's Vision 2030. Dr. Hendricks has a vast professional experience. So in addition to her leading the national organization that has responsibility for implementation of policies and programs for persons with disabilities since 2011, she has extensive exposure to training and participation in conferences on disability matters locally as well as internationally. in Japan, India, Brazil, USA, including the United Nations and Spain. Dr. Hendricks' higher academic journey began with a diploma in teaching from Church Teachers College, Mandeville, 1989 to 1992, after which she went on to the Jamaica Theological Seminary, where she gained a Bachelor's of Arts in, and that's with honors, in General Studies, with emphasis in guidance and counseling in 1998. In 2008, she completed her master's in counseling psychology, again with honors. And finally, in June 2018, she read for and defended her thesis in a doctorate in transformational leadership with emphasis on cultural transformation from the Bakke Graduate University, Texas, USA. So in closing, her commitment to enhancing the total well-being of Jamaica's children is rooted in the church and focuses on the essential ingredients for a sound society, good parenting, and healthy marriages, which are core pillars of restorative practices. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Christine L. Hendricks.
Thank you so very much. Allow me to adopt the protocols already established. Good afternoon to our head table, ladies and gentlemen. Restorative justice, human rights, and the voice of persons with disabilities. It is such a pleasure and a privilege to be part of this august body this morning into afternoon, to share the voice of persons with disabilities on this very important matter of restorative justice. When the invitation was received at first, I thought of how we could facilitate the participation of persons with disabilities in the restorative justice process through, reasonable arrangements that would be required to enable sign language interpreters and ramps and rails and braille and audiovisual materials. But as I learned more about this concept and the practice of restorative justice, I believe that this is something that is urgently required in all areas of our society. As I drove to work this morning and as I drive daily, the principles of restorative justice are required to help us navigate the roads to getting to our varying destinations. So, because so many of us are wronged daily. I know that the Ministry of Justice may be focusing on the resolution of conflicts in addressing the crime problem that we face in Jamaica. But as I read and listened to learn more about restorative justice, there is such depth that could lead to the healing of our nation. And that brings such excitement that I almost wasn't sure where to start. But with the limited time provided me, I'll look at the process of restorative justice in upholding the human rights of persons with disabilities and the positive impact this could have on our society. So let me thank the Ministry of Justice for taking this path in leading our beautiful country towards Jamaica being this place of choice to live, work, raise families, do business, and as our minister said this morning, retire. And I'm sure he would say retire in peace. In expanding the focus of restorative justice, I looked at a definition provided by one David Ryan Castro Harris in 2020, where he indicated that restorative justice is a philosophy and set of practice rooted in indigenous teachings that emphasize our interconnection by repairing relationships when harm occurs, while proactively building and maintaining relationships to prevent future harm. So, the restorative justice approach considers harm and repair, looking at who was harmed, who caused the harm, and what repair can be done. But of course, the approach must be held up by proactive restorative practices and rooted in restorative mindset and values. And the two values that will be interwoven in my presentation this morning are the values of equity and respect. So in this process, or in this place called Jamaica, who has been harmed? Persons with disabilities. That's my focus. Who are they? Persons with disabilities are persons, people, who have physical, intellectual, mental, or sensory impairment that may hinder their full and effective participation in society. What happened? In providing a situational analysis in some critical factors impacting the situation of persons with disabilities, this quotation from the long-time UN standard rules sums up the situation as it still applies in some areas. Ignorance, neglect, superstition, and fear are social factors that throughout the history of disability, have isolated persons with disabilities and delayed their development. So stigma, the negative attitudes of our society, the little value sometimes placed on our persons with disabilities, the discrimination that prevents our persons from participating fully in society, the systemic barriers leading to this inadequate participation, inequity, and lack of access are what are the things that have happened. So, now that this has happened, we're looking through history, we're looking in the present, and to prevent the continuation of these happening to persons with disabilities into the future, what needs must be met to make this right? First of all, is the recognition that we have a tool of restorative justice. And that tool is the Disabilities Act. And that tool says to us that we should recognize and accept, first of all, that a person with a disability has the same fundamental rights as any other person in Jamaica. Secondly, that a person with a disability has the freedom of choice and should be allowed their independence. Thirdly, that discrimination should be prevented and prohibited. And yes, fourthly, we may look or act differently than the typical person, but that difference is just part of the diversity of humanity. So in the process of restorative justice, if we accept these fundamentals, these fundamental principles, we will begin to see persons with disabilities in a totally different light. So what do we need to do to make things right after accepting these principles? Pay attention to what the Disabilities Act says. So the Disabilities Act speaks to the fact that persons with disabilities have the right to education and training. And so it implores our principals or Ministry of Education to ensure that persons with disabilities can access our schools not only by entering, but by providing the various services and materials and teaching and learning experiences that best suit the individual needs. And that reasonable arrangements should be made based on what is required. In terms of employment, after training, persons with disabilities should be provided that opportunity for that interview too when they apply, because they too have skills, abilities, and experiences to make the workplace that which it should be. In terms of adequate health care and facilities, we know that health care is critical to persons with disabilities, not only because, or not only the fact that persons or some disabilities carry with it health concerns, but the fact that as an individual, they too need to get the best care that is afforded to any other person in Jamaica. So they should be allowed, or they should be able to enter that building, that clinic, that hospital. So the appropriate ramps and rails and the widened doors and the bathroom doors and everything that is in that facility, including the individuals, maintaining that respect of the individual as a person should be what obtains. We live in a society that wasn't built to accommodate persons with disabilities. And so this tool of restorative justice is a tool that encourages us to ensure that our facilities, our buildings, our homes, or business places, or places of entertainment and culture, or places that we love to expose to our tourists, that persons with disabilities get that opportunity to participate, to go, to visit, to enjoy, because as we said, they too are people. And so my challenge and encouragement in the utilization of this tool of restorative justice expands on that which the Ministry of Justice is focusing on, and also to ensure that there is adequate transportation. Think about it, or bus system, or taxis. Persons with disabilities, when they travel, they have to pay. Some of them who have physical disabilities, you pay for yourself and you pay for the wheelchair. Injustice. So the process of restorative justice is allowing persons with disabilities a voice. Listen, allow them to participate, or allow us to participate. Allow our voice to be heard, and allow us to be part of this society in which we were born and in which we too are citizens. We have a right to participate in the political process, whether to vote by ourselves or with the assistance of someone, to be on boards like everybody else, to be part of the public life, because we too have a say. We have a contribution to make. And so in closing, I say this poem that I learned recently. And it says, "You are my other me. If I do harm to you, I do harm to myself. If I love and respect you, I love and respect myself. On behalf of persons with disabilities, I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hendricks. In the process of healing, music can be therapeutic. In fact, one good thing about music is when it hits, you feel no pain. At this point, we invite the drummers from the Calabar High School to share with us. Thank you to the young men of Calabar. That was indeed some well-needed energy. We're a little more energized after that item. We now continue with our presentations. I invite Mr. Dowell Williams, Restorative Justice Officer for Portland, to introduce our next speaker.
Members of the head table, special invited guests, MOJ staff, colleagues, good afternoon to you all. It's an honor to introduce to you a student restorative practice advocate, Miss Gabrielle Bryan. She is the national president of the Jamaica Prefects Association, Manchester High School head girl presently, Manchester High School Global Alumni Ambassador, Manchester High School United Nations Youth and Students Club President, Manchester High School Quiz Team Manager and President, quite colorful. She's 18 years of age, born in Mandeville, Manchester, attends the Manchester High School, alumni of El Instituto de Mandevilla, career aspiration to become a biomedical scientist. Please help me welcome Miss Gabrielle Bryan.
Moderator, Ms. Kayla Sewell Mills, Minister of Justice, the Honorable Delroy Chuck, members, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Ministry of Justice, partners, stakeholders, students, good morning. This morning I come to you as the president for the Jamaica Prefects Association. Let me say it is truly a pleasure to be here this morning and to have been invited to speak. The Jamaica Prefects Association is an umbrella for prefectures, namely head prefects and prefects across the island. Our role is to facilitate an enabling school environment that fosters cohesion, order, and camaraderie amongst our peers. The prefect body in schools assists administration and other stakeholders in working in tandem with them to aid in guaranteeing the overall smooth operation and performance of schools. When I speak to my prefects, I often remind them that they are the epitome of their institution. Prefects are chosen because they conform to their institution's policies and philosophy. On February 3rd, 2023, the Jamaica Prefects Association launched its Know Your Role campaign in schools. This year's Prefect Association is working assiduously to ensure that prefects and administration understand their roles and responsibilities in keeping with Jamaica's mandate to make schools a safe place where learning and development is at the helm. This funnily ties perfectly with the Ministry of Justice's balancing rights and responsibilities. The Ministry of Justice introduced restorative justice practices in 232 schools last year. An integral part of that introduction was the prefect body within the schools to whom the training sessions were made available to, and the expectation that within the schools, prefects, along with their administration, would be better able to handle conflicts within the school environment. Although multifaceted, a primary responsibility of prefects is to assist in the resolution of conflicts among students. It is said that it would seem as though Jamaica's society has developed a deeply entrenched culture of violence, and specifically speaking, within our school system. It therefore means that our approach to addressing the issues now have to change. Student leaders and advocates must now tackle these issues with high level of discipline, control, and firmness, while also ensuring that there are high levels of fairness and encouragement to be effective and efficient transformatively and restoratively. In 2022, with the upsurge of violent incidents in schools across the island, would have led to the loss of lives, numerous suspensions, and a myriad of students being expelled, and ultimately have had both victim and offender having the course of their lives altered, in most cases, if not all, for the worst. Within our school system, it is vital to understand that no one child is alike. No one situation is alike. The cases of violence within our schools can be linked to a multitude of issues, ranging from upbringing and community influence to a spur-of-the-moment decision to act on impulse and emotions. Prefectures and student councillors alike have been called upon within their respective roles to address and advocate for students who have found themselves with stakes in particular offenses. It is with this that we must take each case into careful consideration to decide the most appropriate and effective way of treating with incidents of violence within our schools. Students oftentimes just want to be heard, to be included, to be understood, to feel connected and part of the community. Restorative justice is highly effective in how prefectures and student advocates work because it places an emphasis on dialogue and negotiation. Students are more inclined to communicate when the environment feels fair, respectful, and one in which restoration and rehabilitation can in fact take place, instead of the student feeling hostility, brought down, and shamed. Students are able to express their emotions, ideas, feelings, and thoughts. As student leaders, one of the most indispensable qualities to have, especially as a 21st century student leader, is the ability to listen, connecting with hearts through the use of your ears. Last year, the issue arose when a large number of female students were faced with suspensions and expulsions after a brawl within their institution. This was when restorative justice practices were to be put to the test in schools. As prefects and student advocate, restorative justice would have given us the opportunity to see and hear the matters, and furthermore make informed suggestions as to how to reduce reoffending and to assist in providing alternatives to aid in the rehabilitation process. Restorative justice allows for the inclusion of the community. I say this to say we are living in a technological era. Everything goes viral in a matter of seconds. Using one of the most memorable cases last year, it took only one person to take out their phone and hit record, and the video was on every social media platform. The school community often plays a vital role in the restoration process of students because there's always some level of support from the community. Both victim and offender are able to solicit some level of comfort and understanding, whether from their peers, teachers, or administration. But what we find happening now is that due to the publicity and a lot of the incidents within that community, it has been even further extended outside of the school. What is needed for restorative justice practice to be understood is by the wider community, so they are able to become part of the solution. What we don't want is for persons within the community enabling students and to continue the violent outbreaks in schools. One of the most important roles of the community is to also aid in repairing the broken relationships. But a community cannot repair broken relationships if the community itself is broken. This is the reason I'm often so proud to see my fellow student leaders playing active roles in building their community. It is because it means that they are youths and young people who are paying attention to what is happening in our country and are willing to stand up for what they believe in and find working solutions to combat the social issues within their community. We often say that young people are the future, but frankly speaking, young people are the now. If given the opportunity and a seat at the table to have their voices heard, you'd be surprised by the solutions they have to ameliorate some of the problems that we have. In redefining the restorative justice practices to tackle the instances of violence within our schools, it is imperative that the encompassing of the student-led organizations, such as the Jamaica Prefects Association, is set up, in aligning our missions of fostering honesty, openness, trust, and tolerance towards each other. Restorative justice requires unity through service, professionalism, integrity, respect, innovation, and teamwork to ensure students are seen and heard. Thank you.
Seen and heard, connecting with the heart through the use of the ears. Thank you, Gabrielle. Ms. Tashana Smith, Restorative Justice Officer for Hanover, will now introduce our next presenter, a valued member of the Ministry of Justice First Class Justice Team, like our RJ officers, who is doing remarkable work in the area of ADR. Ms. Smith.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon, everybody. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you today this remarkable young woman. Her name is Miss Dion Dawn Binns. She is a counseling psychologist who has been working with the Ministry of Justice in the Victim Services Division for the past 17 years. In April 2006, she was offered the position of parish manager with the responsibility of supervising the staff and operations of the Victim Services Division, Kingston and St. Andrew Parish Office. Over the years, her job function has expanded as she was promoted to programs manager in the national office with responsibility for the coordination of the various programs components operated by the division and ensuring that clients are provided with the highest standard of support. Currently, she is the acting director of the Victim Services Division with the responsibility for policy development and strategic program implementation of the overall National Victim Support Program. On a personal note, she is the mother of one teenage son and is a devoted Christian who gives her best, whether professionally or in the service to others. Second to her relationship in Christ, she is loved by her family, and she also loves her family and friends. With her professional areas of expertise in counseling psychology and people management, she has a passion of offering help to persons who are going through emotional difficulties and those who have been scarred by various traumatic experiences in their lives. She strives to be a positive influence in the lives of others as she continues to her path, as she continues on the path that she has taken as a counselor, coach, and motivator. Put your hands together as we welcome Miss Binns.
Allow me to adopt the protocols that have been observed, but I acknowledge the members of the head table, custodies, and other distinguished persons here today. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry. Yeah. Good afternoon. Before I get into my presentation, Tashawn, I just had to big you up for calling me a remarkable young lady. Yes. So the pleasure is mine to share with you today on the victim's voice in restorative justice and trauma-informed practices. The Victim Services Division was established in 1998. Under the Ministry of Justice, we have the mandate to coordinate the support base emotionally and technically for victims of crime. It is an awesome responsibility that the division has, but it is staffed by dedicated individuals who have a true passion and drive for the work that they do. At the Victim Services Division, we're committed to the best interests of victims. This is seen through not only the work that we do, but the fact that we advocate for their rights. We provide them with well-needed services to help to ameliorate the impact of the trauma that they have experienced on account of the events that have occurred in their lives. And we also ensure that we identify what their needs are. Because an individual can come to you for one issue, and in going through the process with them, it is uncovered that, listen, this is not the real issue here, or this is not the real problem. And so we endeavor to ensure that we identify what their needs are so that we can adequately address it and help them to get onto the road of healing. Now, we work alongside the Restorative Justice Unit in the ministry. We have an office in all 14 parishes, and our parish officers are a part of the restorative justice process when conferences are convened. I want to pause here to acknowledge that though I may be the spokesperson here today, we have a cadre of dedicated staff, as I said before, across the island who provide these services. They're the ones who are on the ground. They're the ones who are interacting and interfacing with the victims, and I want to really acknowledge them today. Thank you. And whilst you're giving your applause, I just want to acknowledge those who are with us in this forum today. Please stand. You know yourselves. I am seeing two of the staff members from the KSA region and the regional director as well for Region 1. Thank you very much. You may be seated. So we work alongside restorative justice because whilst we provide the counseling, the emotional support to address the effects of the trauma, it is critical that relationships be mended. It is critical that the harm that has been caused is repaired. And we endeavor to create and to facilitate an environment that promotes healing in the lives of these individuals. Now, we see a range of persons who are classified as victims. And the classification that is used, you have the primary victim, that is the individual to whom the harm was directly committed. You have the secondary victims, who are the family members and close associates of that individual who was harmed. And you also have what we call the tertiary victims. And these are the individuals who experience the harm vicariously. And so earlier, one of our speakers reminded us of the case that we heard of, the 9-year-old girl in Hanover. And I don't know how many of you felt almost like your stomach was being tied up when you heard of the atrocities that was meted out against this little girl, a 9-year-old girl, brutally raped and murdered. That's what we call the vicarious impact of the crime. And so we have come to recognize that, yes, it is important for the primary and the secondary victims to be seen, but there are those others that also include our frontline victim workers. Now I'm talking about the police officers that have to go onto these scenes and see the gruesomeness. I'm talking about the victim services workers, the RG officers who have to interface with this information. It is critical that they too be supported and be given the necessary tools that they need to overcome and to be able to carry on the work that they're mandated to do. So I mentioned that we see all victims of crime. And traditionally, our criminal justice system really focuses on the punishment of the offender. That is why through the Ministry of Justice, the Social Justice Division, there is the corrective balance to this justice system. And it is brought about through the restorative justice process, through the services provided by the victim services and the other ADR services that are provided within the ministry. This corrective balance helps to bring about a focus on the treatment of victims. In this way, victims are empowered. They're given a voice. Now, a lot of times, our victims will express that they really don't feel a part of the criminal justice system and they don't feel like the system is serving them, which in some instances is true because they're just classified as witnesses in most cases. The state's focus is punishing the person and bringing the person who would have created the harm, who would have committed the crime, to justice. But we also are mindful that crime is more than just about breaking the law. Crime damages relationships. It causes harm to the victims, it causes harm to the wider community, and even causes harm to the offenders. Hence the reason why restorative justice is a critical need in our society today, and we've been hearing it all day. Yeah, we've been hearing it. All of our speakers have been endorsing this process. So when we look at the impact of crime, when we look at the trauma that an individual is faced with, we know that it is critical for them to be brought through a process to get to the other side of the pain. We want them to be brought through a process to get to that point of healing where they can now function as closely as possible to what their lives were before the incident. If this does not occur, then we run the risk of them developing more serious mental disorders or functional disorders and not being able to function in society as they ought to. In light of this, we ensure that through the victim services, we provide the relevant counseling, emotional support, court support, and other technical services using a comprehensive trauma-informed care approach. And this approach really focuses on the fact that trauma is the result, trauma, which is the emotional response of these individuals, is the result of the act that has been committed. And so we need to deal with this trauma that the person is faced with. Also, through restorative justice, that, as I mentioned, seeks to repair the harm, restore relationships, and create healing for all the parties that are involved. So this comprehensive integrated team response that is coming from Team Justice is a partnership of ongoing linkages, and we endeavor to ensure that both government and non-government organizations become a part of this process, ensuring that we widen the support base for crime victims, helping them to have an even louder voice in the process. So we talk about giving the victim a voice. I mentioned that a lot of them don't feel like the traditional criminal justice system helps them. So through RJ, they're given the opportunity to meet with the offender that committed the crime against them. And in this forum, they have the support of community members, some of which were also affected by the incident, and some who are there to provide support. And many of the times we see that our own victim services officers and managers are a part of this forum because they provide the emotional support that may be necessary, because you can imagine that this process is not an easy one. Coming face to face with a person who has hurt you in such a damaging way is not easy. It takes a lot of preparation, and it takes a lot of having the right resources to be able to really go through the process successfully. And so the victim is given a voice which gives them a chance to explain to the offender how the crime really affected them, the impact of the crime. It gives them a chance to have some of their questions answered. It gives them an opportunity to move on, which then helps them to cope and to recover. And in many instances, they're able to receive an apology from the person who has hurt them. And so I'm going to close my presentation this morning as we circle back to the theme for today, Stories of Restoration, focusing on the victim's voice. A team member who works very closely with the RJ centers in Tivoli, Denham Town, Greenwich Town, and Trench Town provided these anecdotal feedback from victims who have gone through the process or are going through the process. And so I'm going to share a few with you. One person shared, "The process allowed me to feel a sense of relief and empowerment. Being able to share with the person who hurt me how much pain he caused me emotionally, mentally, physically, and financially." Another person shared, "I feel like justice has been served, and I didn't have to go through a long court process." Another one, most of all, I appreciate the support I have received from my counselor and from the community members. Another shared, all I wanted was an apology from him, and this process allowed me to receive it. I am satisfied. Finally, another shared, I now have a better understanding of how the conflict started. And I have also learned through this process what I should do to prevent something like this from happening again. Ladies and gentlemen, the victim's voice. Thank you for listening. Restorative justice, victim services on the move. The social justice of the Ministry of Justice is reaping benefits. We thank you, Ms. Binns. We thank you for the members of your team in the Victim Services Unit. Our keynote speaker comes to us from the Ministry of Education and Youth. You heard firsthand from the Minister Williams the impact that the RJ sensitization sessions in schools is having on our children, and how it translates to behavior change. Our own minister has himself been visiting our schools and sharing directly with our students the benefits of talking it out rather than fighting it out. I now invite Mr. Leon Malcolm, Restorative Justice Officer for St. Mary, to introduce our keynote speaker.
Lively up yourself. All right, folks, it's almost lunchtime. As I adopt the already established protocol, good afternoon, everyone. The name is Leon Malcolm. I am tasked today with the esteemed pleasure of introducing our guest speaker, Mr. Richard Paul Troop. He is a graduate of the St. George's College and the University of West Indies, Jamaica. Mr. Troop is a passionate and dedicated child and youth development advocate with 30 years' experience working with at-risk youth, families from volatile communities. From the age of 15, he has been affiliated to 4 community-based non-government organizations, namely SLIC SIP in 1981, the Institute of Hunger Affairs in 1986, Camp Hope in 1986, of which he is the founder and executive director, Hope for Children Development Company in 1992, of which he is also the founder and executive director. Prior to joining the public sector, Mr. Troop has served on a number of community-based and national boards, including the St. Andrew Primary School, the Early Childhood Commission, Parenting Partners of the Caribbean, the Environmental Foundation of Jamaica, and the Inter-American Development Bank's Civil Society Group. He was also a talk show host on Roots 96.1 FM. Mr. Troop has received several commendations and awards for his service to urban inner city communities in Kingston and St. Andrew. These include numerous community development awards from the Social Development Commission, spanning the decades of the 80s and the 90s. The Mustard Seed Community Development Award in 1999, and that of the Chamber of Commerce in 2010 for individual leadership and outstanding contribution to community development. He also received the 2010 award from the Kiwanis Club of New Kingston for exemplary service to community development. After this sojourn in the non-government sector, in May 2012, Mr. Troop was employed to the Jose Marti Technical High School in the capacity of the school's Dean of Discipline. On February 1st, 2015, he was seconded from Jose Marti Technical to the Ministry of Education as the Educational Social Worker for Region 1. As of September 1, 2016, Mr. Troop has been seconded to the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, Region 1, to the MOE's Safety and Security in Schools Unit. Since February 1, 2019, Mr. Troop has assumed the position of Acting Director, Safety and Security in Schools Unit. Mr. Troop currently serves as the Ministry's representative on the Board of Punctuality Program, National Commission on Violence Prevention, the Intersectorial Committee on Children and Violence, the Ministry's Child Trafficking Prevention Steering Committee, the National Child Online Committee as well. So Mr. Troop has been married to Miss Kassan Troop for the past 24 years. The union has produced two beautiful children, Jahil Troop, who is age 19, and Jalia Troop, age 16. Please give me a round of applause for Mr. Troop.
The protocols having been established. Good afternoon, everyone. You might wonder why I took the long way around. So when I came earlier, I had to scan out the environment. I wanted to see where I was sitting at the head table. I wanted to see the path to the podium, and I know given particular size, it would not have been easy, so I chose to walk around. Yeah. 24 years of marriage, for me, is the most important decision I've made in my life. Yeah. And some might say, what is man ordinary? For me, it's important because I grew up in a community, and for most of my immediate family and some extended family, marriage is not a big thing. And so 24 years ago when I made that decision, my wife and I, a lot of our friends, even family, were saying, "Wanna serious about this? But why? Why we can't just live off of love?" The most important decision that came out of our union, my wife and I, was our two beautiful children. And my son is going to be 20 in October, so sometimes you wonder why the bones, you start to feel certain pain in the bone. No, we're aging. Minister Chuck, last year I got a call from Andreen Lindsay, the then coordinator of the program, to be the keynote speaker at last year's conference. It's the fastest no that came out of my mouth. Faster than even Usain Bolt. This year, I got a call again. An invitation to be the keynote speaker. I paused. I consulted with my small team, members of my small team, and I paused to hear their response. They said to me, "Sir Troop, you have to do it. The partnership with the Ministry of Justice is too important for you to say no. Even if you're sick, make sure you're not too sick to come and address the group." And I yielded, and I'm here today. And sometimes I have to pinch myself because I'm saying, why was I asked to be the keynote speaker? One of the staff members said to me, "Mr. Troop, sir, just tell our story. That is good enough. Everybody is telling a story. Tell our story." And so again, I yielded to that recommendation. So here goes. For the past 14 years, the Ministry of Education and Youth, and no doubt many well-thinking Jamaicans, have noted the invaluable contribution of restorative justice as a process to engender a culture of social responsibility for healing and transformation. Our ministry, the Ministry of Education, we were extremely grateful that this year's Restorative Justice Week activities included a day, Tuesday, February the 7th, that was committed exclusively to a targeted group of students from the Kingston Technical High School, as they participated in a restorative practice intervention session at the Hope Botanical Garden and Zoo. It was indeed a very beautiful day for us as adults, but even a more super special day for the children who were involved. Some cried because of the lingering painful memories associated with the fatal stabbing of their classmate. But throughout the day, they thoroughly enjoyed themselves, being in the company of not one but two honorable ministers, enjoying the therapeutic value of the Hope Botanical Garden, the tour of the zoo, and riding on the train. No doubt, the positive memories associated with the activity will serve as a source of comfort, inspiration, and hope for the students to overcome future challenges, because they will have future challenges. The students know, however, that they will never be alone. Persons familiar with the development and growing interest and use of restorative justice in Jamaica must know that one of the most important pillars of its success is the contribution of Minister Delroy Chuck. Our minister's passion, and yes, our minister, even though I'm from education, because he's our nation's minister. So our minister's passion and commitment to the advancement of restorative justice in Jamaica is unbreakable. He is always brokering or strengthening partnerships with key groups to ensure that restorative justice is accessible to every Jamaican. So the partnerships are with schools and churches and police officers and justices of the peace, to name a few. Earlier, I heard several persons refer to Minister Chuck as captain. But I have noted, Minister Chuck is also the greatest storyteller for restorative justice. So I was not surprised that before the end of the day of the intervention session at the Hope Botanical Garden, the Jamaica Observer had a major article in the paper about that intervention later that very same day. I was also not surprised that later in the afternoon we got a call. My minister asked me to join Minister Chuck on a radio interview with Cliff Hughes at Nationwide News Network, again to talk about restorative justice and it's important as a tool to help and to treat with the violence we're having in schools. True to form, the radio interview started with Cliff referencing a number of viral videos that captured violence conflict in a number of schools. Violent conflicts among students on school compounds, on the streets, violent conflicts with or without the use of weapons, all girls brawl, and a teacher being assaulted by students. All very disturbing viral images, especially because of the number of bystanders who seem to enjoy every minute of the drama. Colleagues, I am not trivializing this crisis, but the technological age that we are now living in is magnifying the problem. We always had fights and conflicts among students. Always. But the ease at which these incidents can be shared not only within schools directly impacted or involved in the conflict, but the ease at which the footage of violent incidents can spread within and across parishes and even globally. This must be a cause for concern. In this technological age, school must teach our children how to use technology as a tool for good. Let's help our students to TikTok positive stories about themselves and their schools and their communities. In addition to the viral videos of students fighting, we're also seeing videos of teachers or individuals in schools, adults, capturing image of students behaving in ways that they ought not to, and then posting that on TikTok. That too is wrong. That too is illegal, and that too must stop. Remember, I did say I'm not trivializing the problem of violence in schools. Friends, the recorded and unrecorded incidents of school violence is a reflection of deeper issues in our society that as a nation we have failed to address for decades, and it's time for us to act. The Secret Garden Monument, I don't know how many persons are familiar with the Secret Garden Monument. I'm aware that not everybody here is Kingstonian. But the monument is located at the intersection of Tower and Church Streets in downtown Kingston, and it was erected in 2008 by the then Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation in memory of children who died violently in Jamaica. The monument records the names, dates of death, and ages of children killed under tragic circumstances since 2004. Up to 2015, a total of 758 names of children were placed on the monument. The Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Council have said no additional names have been added since because there's no more space. While there are plans by the council to extend sections of the monument at the pace at which our nation's most vulnerable are being killed, no amount of additional space will be enough. It is time for us to act. Children are also victims of violence. And so 80% of Jamaican children experience some form of psychological or physical violence administered as discipline. 65% of students are bullied at school. 79% of children witness violence in their homes and communities. These include some of the most horrific forms of violence. And earlier, another colleague mentioned little Nikita Noel, a 9-year-old female, after leaving school, journeying to home, and she was brutally raped and strangled, not very far from her home. It is time for us to act. Children as perpetrators of violence. In October of last year, our Commissioner of Police, Major General Anthony Anderson, reported to the nation that in the last 4 years, 2019 to 2022, 875 children between the ages of 15 to 17 years have been charged with major crimes. The breakdown of the charges include 79 for murder, 66 shootings charges, 175 charged for rape, 175 for break-in, 89 cases of robbery, 65 cases of assault, a whopping 256 cases for breaches of the Firearms Act. We are not certain if these 875 school-age students were actually in school. How many of these students were excluded from school because they were either suspended or expelled? How many of these students were excluded because their parents or guardians have failed to ensure they were enrolled or engaged in school? How many of these children were excluded because the village had failed them? Because we see them in the community when they should be in school, but because they are not our own children, we choose not to care, not to act in their best interests. Colleagues have tried to make the point that the violence we are seeing in our schools, the fights, the proliferation of weapons, and in some cases, violent conflicts that have resulted in students killed or others incarcerated for violent crimes, including murder. It is a reflection of the adverse childhood experiences of our nation's children in their homes and their communities. The Ministry of Education's effort to address violence in schools cannot be successful without addressing the root causes and incidents of violence in our homes, communities, and society. Remember too, our children are living in an age when you listen to our music, a music that glorifies violence, a music that glorifies sex, a music that glorifies scamming, and artists who fail to make the connection between the content of their music and the behavior of our nation's children, we know we are in crisis. When we have a transportation system for decades that continues to fester this culture of indiscipline, you know we have a crisis. So as a ministry, despite this reality, the Ministry of Education and Youth is committed to work collaboratively with stakeholders in the education system. Our school boards, our principals, our middle managers, our educators, our parents, our students. And Brian would not forgive me if I did not say student leaders. Yeah. To do our part to reduce the incidence of violence in school. The ministry has selected the completion of the Safe Schools policy, learning and working in a secure and safe environment, as one of its Jamaica Legacy 60 legacy projects. A policy that will give greater attention to student behavior, emphasis on early intervention strategies, abolition of corporal punishment, promotion of positive approaches to discipline, improved home, school, and community relationships, and finally, greater parent involvement. On October 19th of last year, our Honorable Minister Favour Williams has sent a very clear signal to the nation when she launched the ministry's year-long End Violence in Schools campaign under the tagline, Just Meds It. The ministry has already aligned key interventions to support its End Violence in Schools campaign. In the first 6 months, we have supported the administration of a Safe School policy survey to determine student and teachers' perception of safety at school as they journey to school. We are strengthening the psychosocial intervention programs in all public schools, guided by the ministry's National Psychosocial Plan. We have partnered with the Community Safety and Security Branch and CTOC of the Jamaica Constabulary Force to support the ministry's anti-gang week activities. And there's also a plan to do a series of capacity development training for our deans of discipline, and the expansion of uniform groups in schools, including our police youth clubs, ACP Shand. We're coordinating the ministry's interministerial 34-school strategy to improve the educational outcomes of over 25,000 students enrolled in 34 primary and high schools located within the zones of special operation. And perhaps one of our most important work and partnership is a partnership we have established, we have expanded with the Ministry of Justice to provide restorative practices training to over 5,000 students, educators, and parents from over 200 targeted primary and high school as a tool to better manage conflict situations at school and within their homes. The Ministry of Education and Youth has embraced restorative justice because it works. Colleagues, we cannot continue to respond to violent conflicts by only issuing suspensions and expulsions. We have to equip our students with anger management and problem-solving skills. With the use, you'd never believe I needed my glasses. Perhaps it's the best time to put it down because we're talking RJ way now, right? With the use of restorative justice, students who are victims must be allowed to express their feelings and ask questions. They must have their experience, feelings, concerns, and suffering acknowledged. They must develop some understanding of the offender's motivation for committing the offense. They must say how the harm done by the incident might be repaired. For the offenders, these students, Brian, they must take responsibility for their actions in a safe environment. They must be an active participant in determining how they may begin to repair the harm done. They must hear firsthand how their behavior have affected others and the school community. And finally, they must ask for help with problems that may have contributed to their wrongdoing. For the upcoming 2023-2024 academic year, the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Education are committed to engage an additional 15,000 students, parents, and educators from 500 schools in the Restorative Practices Training Program. 15,000 persons will be engaged. The current MOU, signed by the two ministries on May 3rd, 2022, will be amended, to hear this one now, it will be amended to include the mandatory referral of students involved in conflicts to the Restorative Justice Center during the period of their suspensions for intervention. And this will be a condition for their return to school. The parents of the students involved and other key stakeholders will also participate in the proposed intervention. Minister Chuck, colleagues, there are too many things that are right about Jamaica and our education system for us to lose hope. There are currently 411,000 students enrolled in 1,010 public, primary, secondary, and high schools. Primary, infant primary, and secondary schools. The very disturbing incidents of violence should not be the only story we share about our schools or our nation's children. The uncomfortable truth is that if we do not find a way to acknowledge, celebrate, and incentivize the actions of our students that we are proud of, the current narrative will only seek to magnify and reinforce a sense of hopelessness and despair for and among our student population. Let us begin to tell our stories, the creative talents of our students, their academic achievements, their world-class performances in every sporting discipline, the institutions with very limited resources but managed by individuals with a vision, a big heart, and a never say die attitude, who have created and sustained products that are the envy of the world. ISA Boys and Girls Champs, Manning Cup and the Costa Cup, JCDC, Schools Challenge Quiz, 4-H to name a few. While our social agencies are under-resourced, as a people, let us use our resilience to find the solutions to address our social problems, including our search for justice. One day at a time, individually and in partnerships, let us work together towards achieving even greater milestones in restorative justice for our 15th year celebration and beyond. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richard Troop. Let us continue to tell our stories. Restorative justice works. Right, Missy Banks? Restorative justice works. We will now break for about an hour, just to allow you to enjoy your meal.
Wow, that was good. Calabar on the move. Restorative justice on the move. And as Miss Lou would say, why is that clapping so fenke fenke? Can we have another hand for the young men in the house? Thank you, Calabar High School. Thank you, drummers. Today has been a very informative and enriching day. I think the Ministry of Justice is doing excellent work in bringing justice to the people of Jamaica. We heard from Mr. Troop with the stories in our schools. We heard from other members whom Ms. Carlo Golgota, other members with their stories of restoration. Indeed, we are finding another way. Jamaica is learning about another way. If you want peace, you must work for justice. At this time, we would ask Ms. Sasha Ebanks to come and give us her vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, CTD. Ladies and gentlemen, we regard Restorative Justice Week and today's conference in particular as a resounding success. Can we put our hands together for the Restorative Justice Unit? I believe our week of celebration has been authentically restorative. I'd like to use this opportunity just to invite all the staff of the Restorative Justice Unit and the Restorative Justice Facilitators who are here to stand and be acknowledged. Please stand, ladies and gentlemen, staff of the Restorative Justice Unit, and if you are a Restorative Justice Facilitator, we want to just put our hands together for these persons. They're in the communities, they're in the parishes. These are the persons who are doing the work of restorative justice. Could you keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, staff. Thank you, Restorative Justice Facilitators. We are grateful to you. I believe throughout this week, we are true to who we are as restorative justice practitioners. We created an atmosphere for meaningful encounters. We highlighted the value of repairing harm and restoring relationships. We witnessed transformation on Tuesday as we took the students to Hope Gardens and in transition to Hope Zoo for them just to be, in that setting. One student said she had the time of her life, that she had never had a time like that. And I'm hoping that you'll have that testimony today as you came to this conference, that you had the time of your life. If you did, could you put your hands together? Awesome. So in moving the votes of thanks, I wish to thank, not just for today's conference, but for Restorative Justice Week in general, His Excellency, the Most Honorable Sir Patrick Allen, Governor General of Jamaica, on whose proclamation Restorative Justice Week is celebrated annually in the first week of February. I wish to thank our honorable custodies whose support has been tremendous. Can we put our hands together for our custodies? The captain of the ship, he has gone on to do other ministerial work at the cabinet today. And so we want to, in his absence, acknowledge our Honorable Minister, Delroy Chuck, for his zeal, his passion, his determination, the fire that's inside of him that seems to be burning inside all of our bellies. I also wish to thank our Permanent Secretary for her dedication and her hard work, her commitment to this program. Our Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Grace and Stuart McFarlane, stands with the RJ unit. Every activity we have, she seeks to support it either with her physical presence or with support that we need. And how can I say thank you to our Chief Technical Director and Master of Ceremony for today, Miss Kayla Sewell Mills. Ladies and gentlemen, if you affirm her, it would delight me. CTD, you have a keen eye for details. You're a woman of compassion and care and restorative justice and the love for people shines through every encounter I have with you, and I'm grateful to you. I wish to thank our PFO, senior directors within the Ministry of Justice, directors, again, the staff of the Restorative Justice Unit. I wish to highlight a few directors and units that gave us tremendous support this week. Director and team of the Victim Services Division, Miss Stephanie Bailey and team. Please, if you just affirm these persons, they're here, some of them. Miss Brennan and her team, Miss Rennie and team, Miss Palmer from the PR units and team. Dacia, thank you very much. Mr. Thomas and team, Mr. Thomas in transportation. Again, the dedicated staff of the Restorative Justice Unit and our facilitators, our external partners, particularly those from the Ministry of Education and Youth, our Justices of the Peace, all presenters and participants today, Calabar High School, C-Bar! Yes! I wish to thank the media, JIS. You have done a wonderful and fantastic job, and we thank you for yesterday and today. Let us put our hands together for JIS and for the scrumptious meal and the wonderful ambience. I wish to thank the management and staff of the Terranova All Suites Hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, participants, this week and today's conference would not have been the same without you, and we are grateful. Can you just turn to your neighbor in a good old-fashioned church style and say, thank you for being here? Tell the one on your right as well, thank you for being here. And it's reggae month, so I'm going to draw a tune from Miss Lou. What good?
And it falls to me just to say thank you to Missy Banks and her amazing team. Can all the RJ members in the house stand up, please? Give yourselves a hand. We thank you for the work you do, as well as your leader. You may have a seat. Thank you. Thank you. It has been a tremendous week. We started in the cool Garden Parish of St. Anne on Sunday, and we got some amazing stories on Sunday. We have some amazing stories coming out of the intervention at the Botanical Gardens with some of our students. We got some more amazing stories yesterday and again today. I've gotten a little insight. You can have a seat, thank you. We got a little insight into what it really takes to put all of this together. And every single event has been successful. So we thank the members of Team Justice, we thank the members of the RJ team, but we thank you all who are here today for your support. We could not have done it, not just for you being here, but for the constant words of encouragement and the support. So put your hands together, everybody. Give yourself a big Miss Lou clap. No, thank you, thank you. All right. We have come to the end of today's event, and we thank you for coming and for your full participation. Please do have a wonderful rest of the day. Spread the word in every nook and cranny of Jamaica. Restorative justice works. Get involved. Help the members in your homes, help your neighbors, help your community members where you see the need for intervention. What is the number? 888 Justice. Okay. Can we all now stand for the national anthem? Thank you.